Her zamanki gibi sabahçıyız. Zabanan. Değişmez.
Gul'dan versus the Lich King.
All will serve me in death. Mine is the only way.
Ben de iyi satranç oynuyormuşsun gibi bir hava var. Satranç oynarım da öyle çok iyi değilimdir ya. Alexander, hoş geldin. Yani çok böyle şeyim yoktur. Basit halini oynarım yani. Yoksa onun biliyorsun satrancın bile 5000 sayfalık kitabı falan varmış. Öyle çok şey bir oyun aslında o. Zor bir oyun.
I see you brought guests.
Ama oynarız yani işte. Eskiden küçükken çok oynardım. Şu anda bir yandan da başka platformda yayındayım. Kart oyunu oynuyorum. Hearthstone. Solo. Bu da bir nevi satranç gibi aslında.
Leave bones, please.
Shit patlıyor ya. Yes. Bizim burada inşaat yapılıyor. Dibimizde hemen. Toz toprak.
Go forth and defile these lands.
Siz ne yapıyorsunuz? Beyt hoş geldin. Gidin buradan diyorlar ya. Zaten gideceğiz. Gideceğiz de bekliyoruz işte. Ne yapıyoruz?
The dark path is my destiny.
Bakalım ne olacak ya. Hoş geldiniz arkadaşlar. Günaydın. Welcome Maria.
In my name.
Günaydın.
We have that for you.
Evet. Günaydın, hoş geldiniz arkadaşlar. Ben aşağıdayım. Gitmez.
versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Mine is the only way. Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Job's done.
Candle mudslider.
Job's done.
Yeah, like. Like.
Everybody, pose for the camera.
Like. Teşekkürler Elvin, sağ olasın. Hoş geldin.
We hunger for vengeance.
One shot, one kiss.
Nice to meet you.
One shot, one kiss.
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Gul'dan versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer, mine is the only way.
Ah, I see you've brought I see you've brought guests.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Candle Mudslider.
Time for the finishing touch.
We hunger for vengeance. No gems escape from Billy the Kid.
Hani diyorum ki güzel olur.
I smell gold in them there waters.
İnsanlar günaydın yazmaya bile çekiniyor ya. Allah bir günaydın yazmak bu kadar mı zor ya? Hani yeni izliyoruz falan filan burada hani.
Little time.
The calm before the storm.
Ağlayınca geliyor.
Shall I strike? My hand is to
Let's cry. Günaydın. Günaydın. Günaydın. Acımadı mı kaşın? Hayır, acımadı tabii ki. Burun acıyormuş. Günaydın bu arada.
Can you feel the gift of the sun?
Predictable.
spineless coward!
Ya bu biraz da insandan insana değişiyor açıkçası. Yani kimisininki acımıyor. Yani normalde ben de yaptıracak biri değilim de yani bilmiyorum, bir karar verdim. Yaptırayım dedim, yaptırdım. Arkadaşlar burnuna da yaptı. Burnuma yaptırmak isterim ama burun biraz sıkıntı ya.
Let us
Yani
night away.
bir de dövme var işte, o kadar. Her şeyin abartısı gerek yok ya. Abartı olunca da güzel olmuyor.
There is no escape.
Günaydın, günaydın.
None shall.
Geldiniz arkadaşlar. Ay ay ay.
Where shall I strike? My strength is yours. Minion already attacked.
Planet to burn.
I've got the beast in myself. What infinite power!
Günaydın arkadaşlar. Günaydın demeden gitmeyin ya. Günaydın diyeyim bari. Güno güno güno güno güno. Şöyle yakayım ya.
Sargeras versus the Lich King.
In death,
Böyle yapayım da.
my crusade begins.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
My pain doesn't compare to your plague.
Your soul dissolves
None will serve. Ready for Ivan. Dissolves.
And close enough.
Death cannot be bound. You will not come closer. Death cannot be bound. Death cannot be bound. Death cannot be bound. We only need one.
Günaydın.
You will not come closer.
Günaydın.
Conquer in my name. Can you feel the guilt?
Kasaya vurduk. Ne habersiniz?
You struggle in vain.
Günaydın.
I have but little time.
Bir yandan da burada yayındayız.
The sun incinerates you.
But little time. I should
Your opponent's left. Sargeras versus Illidan.
This ends now! Your mission is futile.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Fresh Felstein, hot out of the kiln.
Ah.
Hide behind the
Hoş geldin. Günaydın.
Halt! Who goes there? What country is beneath me?
Günaydın bayan.
You struggle in vain.
Mustafa hoş geldin. Rıza hoş geldin. Afyon hoş geldin. Melisa hoş geldin. Günaydın.
I see. I see.
Halt! Who goes there?
Such a perfect specimen.
Can you feel the gift of the sun?
Gul'dan versus Garrosh.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you.
Victory
Mine
or
is the
death.
only way.
I see you've brought guests.
Candle much lighter. Candle much lighter.
Do you have this in a bigger size?
The time has come to dethrone our former master.
Screams. My hand is full. What infinite power! Amuse me with your tales of victory. Spineless coward! Make room for more men!
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Job done. My hand is full.
Half the top rope!
Günaydın. Günaydın.
I do.
It has only begun.
Sargeras versus Garrosh.
I will show no mercy. My crusade begins.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Job's done. Fight on, friend! Behold!
Now, where did I put my explosives?
Candle much lighter.
Relax. Let's warm you up.
Günaydın Gizem, hoş geldin.
What next?
Beryl throne. Explosions imminent.
This place is scary.
This train stops for no one!
Unity, precision, perfection.
Access denied.
I sense we share the same rage. What next? So many plots. Has come. I sense we share the same rage.
For all I've given, I know my reward.
I will return.
Sargeras versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine! You dare oppose me, servant?
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
You here for the tour?
Günaydın. Günaydın Seda.
Percussion is beneath me. You will not come closer. Percussion is beneath me. You will not come closer.
Candle butts lighter.
Drown in your sorrows. Everybody, pose for the camera!
Screams. Bow before the onslaught of the Legion! Fool following a falsehood!
Günaydın.
There is no escape!
A new planet to burn. Here for the door. Armor, armor, lightly used armor. A new planet to burn.
How?
A new planet to burn.
Günaydın. Dilara günaydın.
Armor! Armor! Lightly use armor. A new planet to burn! A new planet to burn!
Behold!
A new planet to burn!
This time.
Struggle in fear.
Ay ıvı. Ivu ivu.
Sargeras versus the Lich King.
In death, my crusade begins.
I see you've brought. I see you've brought guests.
Me not shady.
Candle mudslider!
And close enough.
Elif hoş geldin. Hoş geldin.
Take heart, young one. The Earth Mother is near.
Job's done.
Percussion is beneath me.
Günaydın Laskut, ne haber? Cabbar, hi. Evet.
The citadel stands strong.
My pain doesn't compare to your plague.
Arada şeyi kapatıyorum, OBS konuşmayı. TikTok'a konuşuyorum.
All upon us. Crash and burn! Crash and burn! Crash and burn! Percussion is beneath me!
The time has come to dethrone our former.
The eyes of the Earth Mother are upon us.
İyi yaptın
The
Laskut.
eyes of the Earth
Eyvallah, sağ
Mother
olasın.
are upon
İyi uykular. Sağ olasın. Özlüyoruz ya, özletme Laz ya. Ay ay.
Ariel is slain.
What next?
You have earned an eternity of torment.
Death cannot be bound. Death cannot be bound.
You will not come closer.
A toast to all who sought to kill me.
You failed.
Miyavladı. Hoş geldin. Yes, yes, yes.
Time to light a fire under this town. Get ready to up.
We only need one. Job's done.
Gather round, everyone. It's time for a celebration. For all I've given, I'm due my reward.
Such a perfect specimen.
Job's done. We only need one.
Drown in your sorrows. Fair golden coming. Gul'dan versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Mine is the only way.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Hi, hi.
Job's done.
Günaydın. Günaydın.
Drown in your sorrows.
Günaydın Fatoş.
One shot, one kill.
Let the ritual of absolution commence. Penance be paid.
Genau.
It has only begun.
Such a perfect specimen.
Penance be paid.
Mind if I roll need?
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Look at me.
I see your strength. What infinite power!
You win.
What infinite power!
I don't.
Sargeras versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine! You dare oppose me, servant?
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Someone call for this.
So many
Günaydın, günaydın, günaydın. Hava, hava, hava. Hava, hava, hava, hava.
Rot into my core.
Tazdingo! Yes!
For all I've given, I'm due my reward.
Beneath the shadow of my
A new planet to burn. A new planet to burn.
I found a new source of power.
how? You are an instrument of death. Straight down. You are an instrument of death.
Gul'dan versus Rexxar.
Let the hunt begin. Mine is the only way.
O zaman sigara içelim. Prenses hoş geldin.
I see you've brought guests.
Tam bir prenses.
Candle Mudslider.
Sharp arrow, sharper aim.
Living drop all kinds of things.
I wonder. Unity, precision, perfection, primitive. None can stand against Tenjo. Defensive formation, champions.
Sargeras versus Thrall.
My elements are frightful. My crusade begins.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Holly and jolly.
Job's done.
Candle mudslider.
Job's done.
The calm before the storm.
Nice to meet you.
The time has come to dethrone our former master.
Team Shady.
The calm before the storm.
You will not come closer. His reign ends now. Sleeping like a rock.
Drown in your sorrows.
His reign ends now.
Wind and breath.
5 damage'ı da yiyeceğiz mecburen.
Cower as the ground pushes swallow you.
Aa, sıçtık.
This train stops for no one!
Maşallah. Komboyu yapamayacağım ya. 14.
Maybe this.
Bence güzel yaptık. Eğer bu kart şunu alamaz. Oo, hassiktir. Şansını sikeyim ya. Yazık amına koyayım ya. Ne kadar saçma bu işler ya. Of. Tam Makbin'de geldi ha. Ona da bir move çek.
Hang on! It's a rocky ride!
Adalet mi bu amına koyayım ya.
Can you feel the gift of the sun?
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Yanlış yaptık neyse. siktir git ya. Amına kodumun çocuğu. Mustafa hoş geldin. Selam. Ne haber? Günaydın. Nasıl olsun aynı. Bildiğin gibi. Takılmaca. Sen ne yaptın? Her şey yolunda mı? İş güç abi aynen.
Sageres versus Illidan.
This ends now! Your mission is futile.
I see you've brought guests.
Behold! How? How?
Behold.
Halt! Who goes there? Fresh fell steel, hot out of the kiln. I will have vengeance.
Dark path is my destiny.
Job's done.
What next? Take heart, young one. The Earth Mother is near. Who goes there?
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Can you feel the gift of the sun? All upon us.
They will never catch me.
I see.
Of of of of. Bak şimdi bak. Of of of of of. Emin olalım ilk önce. Bak şimdi bak bak. Of of of of of.
Çok iyi ya. Nasıl bitti Uygar? İstediğim gibi oldu her şey. Çok aslında çok rahat yaparsın Mustafa. Yani sen hala ile oynarsın bu oyunu. Aa. Deminki yaptığım hareket şuydu. Herhangi bir karta şu kartla, evet, göstereyim. Ne diyor? Summon a copy of minion diyor. Yani bu kartı herhangi bir kartın üzerine kullanınca kopyasını yapıyor. Ama diyor e, bir damage bile alsa o kart yalan oluyor. İsterse 500 HP'si olsun. Benim de şu kartım vardı mesela. Herhangi bir Shadow spell'i kullandığın zaman bu kartı attığımda Shadow Manifestation diye 2 tane şey çıkartıyor. Bomba gibi düşün. Kullandığım o Shadow spell, önceki bu kartı kullanmadan önceki Shadow spell neyse bunun içinde barınıyor. Bu kart öldü mü direkt o spell'i kullanıyor. O yüzden bu ikisi çıktığı zaman, Lady'yi attıktan sonra 2 tane Shadow çıktığı zaman manam da yüksek olduğu için artık kaçıncı turndaydık? 8-9 mu? O yüzden direkt bunu attım. O ikili şeye. İçinde de şey vardı onun. Abyssal Wave. All Damage Minions. Curse veriyor. Curse de her attığın curse 1 damage, 2 damage, 3, 4, 5, 6 stackleniyor. Şeyle bir patlattım işte onu. Kopyaladım. Yani sırf şundan 1, 2, 3 tane Ivy'yetten, 2 tane de buradan normal karttan kullanmıştım. 5 etti sana, katlana katlana gidiyor. Bir 3, 5, 7, 8 falan böyle. Adama tek attım yani böyle güm güm güm güm. Ya şey gibi düşün yani, hep bütün kartların bir özelliği var işte. Altındaki ne olduğu da önemli. Demon. İşte mesela Undead var. Beast var. Üzerine geldi mi kartın ne olduğu yazıyor zaten. Magnetic neymiş mesela? Play this to left. Bu kartı kullanırken eee sola koyacaksın diyor mesela. Bir tane Meg kartını yanına koyacaksın diyor. Birleşecek diyor. Random bonus efekt vererek diyor. Birleşecek. Aşağıda da bonus efektler diyor. Divine Shield ne verebilir? Divine Shield, Lifesteal, Poison, Reborn, Rush. Bu tarz şeyleri verebiliyor. Aslında kolay. Öğrenmesi kolay, ama master olması zor. Yani çünkü çok fazla meta muhabbeti var. Ezbercilik çok. Yeni başlayanlar için bu arada şey var. Ee, baya baya deste veriyor. Kart veriyor. Eskiden çok sıkıntıydı o. Şimdi artık biraz daha yeni başlayanlar için şey, friendly. Hiç oynadın mı bunu? Hearthstone'u. Şeyse Requiem kodu vereyim sana. Bu da pek Requiem kodu bir işe yarıyor mu bilmiyorum ama. Ne diyor? Bak diyor. Ha, pek verecekmiş sana bir tane de. Al.
Pinleyeyim bunda mesajı bari dursun. Ben bir markete gideceğim. Arkaya bir tane Hearthstone maçı koyayım.
Reno Druid, Trient Druid, but just.
Yep.
And you know, will it continue? There's only one way to
Hemen
find out,
geliyor.
guys. That's to keep watching at the Hearthstone World Championship, because it will be hilarious if we fast forward and we like, did we just pretend Shaman was good for a year? Like, is that what happened in 2023? We just thought Shaman was good when it wasn't. Well, okay, here we go. One has to win right now because we're going to go into a mirror match. So Rekfam, if he loses this one, he will be going up against that Mech Rogue. And I do think Gu's just thinking, okay, let's try and get this one out of the way. Because this is the trickier one, I would say, in terms of matchup, just down to the nature of being a mirror.
So do you remember that one year where we all thought flared jeans were cool? It got worse. We thought Nature Shaman was good for an entire year.
And it'll be great because the rest of the casters will just be like, what are you on about? That was just you, Sol. Don't try and pull us into this. That was literally just you. We all kept saying it was trash. Here though, Gu, starting off with the Piranhas though, so the schooling in the opening hand is going to be fantastic, especially when he learned that Rekfam does not have access to the fish yet. So
Ooh.
already, Gu is going to be getting off to a great start, because I imagine we are going to see these fish just thrown out.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. Things have progressed very rapidly since 5 or 6 seconds ago. Rekvam picking up Jazz Bass and then you picking up Jazz Bass. And I know I mentioned that you don't really want Jazz Bass super early in a lot of matchups, but I think against Shaman specifically, it is such a combo race that having that Jazz Bass available nice and early means that you can just scam out a very, very quick combo. So both players having it here does level up the playing field quite significantly.
Was this going to be coin as well? Because if it is, I love it. Yep. Get all the Piranhas out. Already though, Rekfam with Turn the Tides is going to be able to answer.
Takes the Valley Trade as well, takes 1 extra damage to preserve the 3-1 in play. Love to see it. Ooh, second set of fishies now. But double burn spell in hand already, no sign of a bioluminescence, does have some card draw and it's overload card draw as well. You does have to just take a moment here, stop and think, okay, if I play a Jazz Bass now, with what like an average distribution of card draw looks like from this point, when do I kill my opponent? And is that something that I'm interested in trying to do? Or do I actually just keep fighting for tempo?
Sounds like a maths question on a test I have no interest in answering. But Jazz Bass is equipped at 5 PM on a Saturday.
Please find X, and Raven just circles the X in the question and goes, there it is, found it.
And then I laugh because technically I'm right.
Yep.
That's the only thing that matters.
Oh, Rekfam, no hesitation!
Complete opposite fashion insta, although Rekfam did not have access to Piranhas, so maybe that would have helped, but we'll see how this one goes. See, you could just still go for raw tempo and just play the Feral Spirit Piranha out or something, you know, and just say no, you will keep swinging this, and if you don't, I get to hit you in the face with the dogs.
Which I think there's merit to, right? Because Rekfam did not overload on the previous turn, right? That's the turn before's overload that's now unlocking, so you has to think about one of the kind of slow and inflexible turns that Shaman has. There's not many of them, but this is one of them where you just want to jam a 5-5 on turn 5.
I just think, like, Rekfam, can't not swing this weapon. You know, like it's not like the game won't let him swing the weapon, but I feel like it's unlikely in a lot of instances. And then if Rekvam does decide to try and defend, then great.
This is a hand, Raven. Don't know if you've noticed, but it's a hand. There are
see it.
cards in this hand.
I'd hope so. Now, is this the turn where it's ancestral knowledge? Or is this just get the base equipped now, just because the trade exists?
If you want to hear me out on weird lines, there's also Bolt the 5/5 and play Thorim to draw 2 and unlock this turn, then just trade 1, 2, 3 in. Lands a 3/4 on the board against the Titan turn as well, which is kind of appealing.
Ooh.
Played this deck before, Raven.
You call down the vengeance of thunder!
Gonna be nice setup there. Gonna be pretty resilient. Just get rid of the.
Oh, very nice draw as well. Actually find something to do with the 1 mana that you unlock as well. Really, really nice.
And even if you're expecting that's potentially going to get AoE'd away, you just, great. Whatever. It's not a big deal. It means they've not drawn tons of cards with Gorgona.
It's just that solitary 3/4 that's on the board now is just annoying Rekvam so much, right? Because a lot of this matchup is just damage swings, and so what Gyu did is, yes, he used a lightning bolt, right, which can be a massive amount of damage, I understand. But the plays that we were looking at otherwise involve you smacking your face into a 5/5, right? Or your board getting cleared and that 5/5 still existing and then smacking you in the face for multiple turns. Instead of that happening, he's just pushed a bunch of damage to Rekvam. And that means that if Rekvam wants to drop Titan here, he has to AoE, and then he also has to commit further cards just to clear up the board. So now the card draw hasn't happened. He's going to take the tempo turn here, I believe. Get the double discount on the Feral Spirit. Yep. Big fan of this.
Pretty much has to, or Gorgonath's way too susceptible to just dying, right? There's so many more cards that kill it if you don't get these Feral Spirits up. So yeah, I like this from Rekvam because Rekvam's key priority now is getting that card draw locked in and Gorgonath not dying for at least 1 turn.
And I've got some good news for the Rekvam fans. I don't think it's dying. Can we buff Snake Oil to deal 1? You know, maybe.
Snake Oil is very good. Do you really want to buff it? You a fan of more mage, sort of?
No.
I thought that'd draw you back.
So frustrating, right? Double turn the tides, double rush, take out the 2/3s, 6 attack. So close.
What if you just aim the Snake Oil at Gorgonath and just hope?
Just hope the game bugs.
Yeah, just or hope it just distracts him because it's Snake Oil.
Yeah, Rekvam's eyes widen.
Yeah.
Oh, it's living. Oh, it's alive.
Lightning Reflex as well. Okay.
Still no
Some more
bio in
stuff.
hand. So when I said earlier that if you leave a Golganeth alive against Shaman and you don't die immediately, the Shaman on the other side has done something very, very badly wrong. That thing that Rekvam has done wrong is stupidly failed to draw Bioluminescence.
Yeah,
What
imagine.
a fool.
It's going to be a good setup, though, at worst.
Flow Rider, that has to find it, surely.
Go with the flow.
No!
Is this just lightning again?
It's reflexes, right? Yeah, you're under flash next turn, so seems good. So you have, even if you don't draw either copy of the Bioluminescence, you then have 4 shots to find it with the lightning reflexes.
Oh, went for
Okay,
overdrive.
there it
Oh,
is.
there's bio. Okay.
Yeah, actually not entirely sure how many cards are left in the deck right now, which does affect that choice as well, because you are guaranteed to see a certain number of cards from this point with the Ancestral Knowledge and the Natural Draw at the start of the turn, etc. So that will influence which card you want to pick up in that spot. Yeah, Rekvam senses it. He knows this is close. He knows he's in an overwhelmingly positive position.
Rekvam's just confused. So that was a mistake, and he's like, "Wait, was that a mistake, or was the noting the mistake?"
I just don't think Rekvam realised he had 2 mana left at the end of the turn. I think he thought he had 1 because of the overdraft. I think it probably threw him for a loop in the end.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because he was on. Yeah.
Go with the flow.
Okay, those options. So I can see the discovers. I was going to try and read them out, but because Q's getting offered the good picks, he's picking way too fast for me to see the cards.
Alright.
That's a lot of zeros.
Execute. All you have to do is play the cards in the right order, and you are 1 step closer to a World Championship.
Yeah, Subtle giving Rekvam the big advice we've all heard in our careers, which is just win. And I think that's what he's about to do. Big bioluminescence on the board here. Lightning bolts for 11. The crashes are there. Plenty of damage. And that is Rekvam taking a win with the Shaman and taking a win in his first match of the World Championship. Moving on to that winner's match in the group. And there you go. First job, Subtle, done for Rekvam.
Absolutely, and first job done for the best deck in the game, Nature Shaman. So yes, the story, of course, coming out of series number 1 is, yes, big win for Rekvam, big loss for Gu. I've kind of hyped Gu up going into this one as perhaps second favourite for me behind Pocket Train. I think I've been incredibly impressed with him as a player. I like the lineup. It may look a little unconventional, but I kind of like the overall full aggro idea that he's going for with Nature Shaman thrown in there as well, which is a deck that I'm a big fan of. However, we're already going to be asking those Nature Shaman questions, right? Like, Nature Shaman lost twice in that series, 3 times if you include the mirror that it's lost. But I think the cleaner way to put it is the only game that Nature Shaman won in that series was, of course, the mirror. So something that we will have to keep an eye on as things progress. But I don't think Rekvam will care too much about that right now. I think he will just be delighted to have advanced through the bracket 1 step closer to that World Championship.
Yeah, as long as you get over the line, it doesn't really matter how that's achieved overall. And I do think that another deck I will be keeping my eye on is that Odin Warrior, because we saw it and it kind of just happened in a blink of an eye. Game 1, won with it, played Odin, played Reno Go, and okay, job done, but will that continue for Rekvam? Because that's something I'm very interesting, because the deck idea is cool. I personally like the style overall, but it's just, will it be good enough? It passed the first test with flying colors, but just like Shaman, definitely going to be something I'm going to be keeping an eye on. And just because I know you've looked at all the lineups, Saul, with Gu dropping down to lowers, Gu, just for those of you at home that don't realize, is not out of the tournament, but is effectively on his last life. What do you think his chances are? Do you think Rekvam was a tough one and the rest of the group's looking okay, or do you think he's in big trouble?
I do like the lineup overall, so I think he's still in a reasonably good position. The other lineups are significantly different. There's nothing like that Odin Warrior that he's going to have to deal with. Levick, for example, has Plague DK, which I think Levick will struggle to get a win against this lineup with Plague DK at all. Like, every deck is just going to play minions, and then you die if you're playing Plague DK, which is a problem, and I think Nature Shaman will just get there very quickly unless you draw like 7 Frost Plagues over the course of the game, then I think you'll be fine. So I think he still has a lot to say in this tournament. I'm still expecting him to put in a decent showing, and I absolutely would not be counting him out yet.
Let's take a look at who we've got coming up next, though, because we are going to still continue with Group A. We've just seen Rekvam take the victory over Gu, and as you kind of touched on for a second there, we've got Levick and Hemlock coming up for our next match. And of course, we will do the majority of each group today, but the final deciders matches will be tomorrow for both groups A and B. So nothing's done until it's done. So make sure to tune in at both days. We are just going to go to a break while we get that next match set up for you. So don't go anywhere, and be right back with some more Hearthstone World Championship.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the first day of the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championship. I am Dragon Rider, joined by Edelweiss. And Edelweiss, how are you doing? Are you ready for our first match? Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and look at Levik's player information here. Talk about Levik because he is going to be in our first matchup versus Hemlock here. But Levik was our first champion. So let's switch over and look at some of these replays on how Levik got to this point here. We definitely see a couple of classes that have already been talked about. We've talked about Levik. We've talked about some of these decks. We saw there was some Demon Hunter. I know Edelweiss was mentioning Demon Hunter before we got into the broadcast. but let's take a look even more in depth at Levick and look at some of the information. The lineup here for Levick is this Plague Death Knight, this kind of dragon druid, this demon hunter that we're kind of calling this aggro demon hunter, and Showdown Paladin, which of course is definitely been banned. But what do you think of this lineup and of Levick overall here, Edelweiss?
Yeah, it's an unusual lineup. I think, Subtle and I have agreed that you and Meaty and Pocket's lineups look the best, and that's because some of these lineups just really have us scratching our heads, such as this Dragon Druid out of Levick, which has quite a few duplicates. I did manage to play a bit with it, and if we see it later on, I will go through some of what I think is the intended strategy with getting rid of those duplicates, but yeah, I was seeing here as well, Levick, one of only a couple of Plague Decays. I don't know if people were expecting more Highlander decks. It is, of course, kind of funny when you bring Plague Decay to deal with Highlander decks, and they, of course, just have duplicates in the list themselves, so we'll see how that pans out. I really like, though, in this particular list, Levick's brought in the Flint Firearm, which got buffed recently, and that is a very fun card to play, so maybe we'll see some impact of that today.
Yeah, the Plague Decay is definitely a very interesting one. I'm looking forward to talking about that one because it's kind of, as you mentioned, one of the only few that we have, but we're going to get into that a little bit later because we also have, on the other side, the opponent here with Hemlock. Now, let's talk about Hemlock a little bit more here, who we're going to be seeing. And again, his path getting here, you see him actually playing against Levick and closing out a game there against Levick in a previous tournament, in a previous series. So maybe Hemlock looking to repeat that and hopefully, get the full sweep potentially, or get just, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We saw 3-1 in the first series. We're not sure here, but again, the Showdown Paladin also coming into these lineups for all of these players, but being banned out, and Hemlock also bringing in that aggro DH. But the other two decks are a little bit different here, so we're going to take a look at that Nature Shaman, which I know Raven and Subtle hit on a lot in that first matchup, but also the Rainbow DK. This is another really interesting one, Edelweiss, that we've seen a lot over these last few tournaments. We've seen a lot throughout the year, just as we have with the Nature Shaman and this Miracle Salesman specifically kind of coming in as a card that really is kind of pivotal to a lot of these decks that we're seeing. We're going to talk about it in DH. I know Raven and Subtle talked about it a lot with that Nature Shaman, and it's appearing here in this Rainbow Mage as well. Yeah,
Rainbow Mage has gotten a lot more aggressive starts between Miracle Salesman. No Train Operator in this list. Sometimes people include that as a quick way of getting a fell spell. But regardless, I mean, you see the Mage can just do a whole bunch of stuff early on. Drop an Artificer, a Worm, Salesman, Geyser. Like, they just sort of play a bunch of junk in the early game and somehow get that chip damage in. I've noticed a lot more often recently that the mages are not always doing these big 30 damage turns anymore. They get that chip damage in and then really are hitting you for 18 to 25 or something with the Sif later on.
Yeah, and that Salesman providing a 0 mana spell to add to that damage is definitely fantastic. Unfortunately, I guess unfortunately we'll say, it doesn't actually have a spell school of itself, but I think that would be just absolutely too powerful if it did have a spell school. But who do you feel like is favored going into this match as they get ready to jump into game number 1?
So I would probably throw my weight behind Hemlock, just because, I mean, Hemlock has made it into the playoffs of every single event, just really has shown that consistency. And I don't have faith in a couple of these lists from Levick. The Plague DK and the Dragon Druid both have me a little bit nervous. So we shall see. And quick update, it would seem that while Levik's Paladin is banned, Hemlock's Shaman is actually the ban here.
That
so
is
we may actually
right.
see a Paladin game.
Yeah, I think one thing that a lot of us are expecting, I know a lot of us behind the scenes, the whole like casting crew kind of has talked about the fact that we've really expected bans just kind of across the board for Paladin. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a change up here with that Shaman getting to actually be banned, that Nature Shaman. Pretty interesting decision there, and the Paladin here we will get to see. I know it has been very, very strong across a lot of ladder games, a lot of play for these players, and we're going to see if Hemlock can get a swift win with it and get to lead off in this very vital first game in these group stages with this. That Showdown in hand, one of the new cards that's really been providing a lot of different play options for these Paladin decks. The Showdown can be used to get on board early against the kind of other aggressive decks. You can use it in combination with the Prismatic Beam for incredible removal, which is something that Paladin has not always had as a strong suit. Do you think that the Showdown is actually going to be something important here in this matchup against the Plague DK from Levick?
So Showdown it's a very versatile card, but when it's just on its own like this, it's really awkward. You really got to combo it with either Beam or sometimes even a Keeper's Strength. A play you can make is to use the Showdown on 6 mana, trade the 3/3 rushes into something that's a little bit bigger on the opponent's board, and then use Keeper's Strength to kind of just clear the way. And there it is. Prismatic Beam is, I think the go-to way of actually getting to play Showdown. So you get to keep your own 3/3s and clear away theirs. But I think it's just enough mana to do that this turn.
Yeah. The kind of interesting thing here as well for Hemlock is looking at this. If he decides to go for it, which honestly it feels likely because the rest of the hand is just so clunky here. There's not a lot of options, and this is not, I think, the hand that is typical of the Paladin games that we're used to seeing. This is very slow, it's very clunky, and not what Hemlock wants. If he does go for the Showdown Prismatic, it's only going to be dealing 3 damage to everything on the other side, which does mean he'll have to send one of those 1/1s into the Helia if he wants to have kind of that clean trade, or he can just use one of the rushers on the board and keep one of the 1/1s to send to face to push an additional damage. But I like the option here of just sending in the smaller thing, keeping more on board, especially against a deck like Plague DK, because there's really only one removal option for big wide boards. And unfortunately for Hemlock, Levick has that exact answer with that Tomb Trader in hand.
I think that's really what the hesitation came down to, is that as a Paladin, Plague DK is going to be looking to keep the Tomb Trader in their opener, and this Living Horizon just is very awkward to play if you have thrown down 2 cards on that last turn. So I think Hemlock was kind of weighing the options of, well, do I risk my next turn being just hero power, or do I take a little bit worse turn 4 so that I can get Living Horizon down, can always do the Showdown play later. Once Living Horizon is down, then Tier starts looking a little bit appealing. And I think Hemlock just decided, hey, one of the turns is going to be awkward no matter what, and if the Tomb Trader isn't there, I might just win. So, bit of a risk reward and recovery afterwards.
I completely agree with you as well there. It's that give and take, especially with these more aggressive decks, right? Sometimes you just kind of have to make the play. And I think as well with the context of Hemlock's hand just being so expensive, he really just kind of hedged the bet there that, hey, I am going to try to make that board get out and just kind of hope that Levick doesn't have it. And if he does, I'm forcing him to have it at that point. But being able to at least get the counters down on curve here, not the most aggressive, wide board kind of paladin play that this Hemlock is looking for in any of these matchups, but with this deck specifically. But on the other side, Levick has actually been able to start piecing together this wider board, and that Reska is incredibly discounted now because this is a matchup where there has been so many minions that have been able to die because of Levick getting on board, Hemlock clearing that board with the showdown and that prismatic beam, and then Levick being able to make trades, take advantage of that hero power. And even though Hemlock has been able to now take this Countess, starting to generate these legendaries, which aren't doing a ton of work for him yet.
Yet.
Yet.
The operative word there being yet, because we just saw two of the most insane picks that aren't, something for right now. But Lady Sitheno, Lady Sitheno can be an OTK, as can Alakir. I don't think you necessarily want two Sithenos, but being able to just throw down some pressure for a little bit to recover, and then force Levick to use something like Reska, and then reload with Sitheno and Garden's Grace. The only problem is those Garden's Graces aren't discounted at all yet. Once you play the first one, the second one is always going to be free. And Hemlock is opting to... Is this going to burn a card? Yeah.
Yeah, it will. But even though there's going to be a card burned, I do think that Hemlock has some really great tools in hand right now. I'm looking specifically at this like deputization aura, along with things like this Alakir or the Lady Stheno that he picked up as well. But on the other side, though, Levick getting that Primus, being able to put out these reborn taunts is an incredibly impactful board presence now for Levick. And this has been such a weird game. This is like the opposite, I think, of what we would have originally expected this matchup to look like, where we would think the Paladin would be the one to be able to get on board, to be pushing this early pressure. And Hemlock hasn't even done a single point of damage yet to Levick.
But this is a thing that can happen with these pure Paladins, is like you get your early pressure dealt with, and in Hemlock's case, there was no Boogie Down or any of these other early cards that you usually expect, but Countess has just provided sort of combo options, such that I think what he's really going to try and end on is just Alakir double Garden's Grace. And so using the Sitheno here with Keeper's Strength to clear up a bit, Deputization Aura will gain back some life and finish off the Titan here. We play these other free cards into Draka, start getting that damage down. And now, even though Levick has sort of an additional clear that's not always available to Plague DKs in this Yogg Titan plus Reska, there's just massive damage from Alakir double Garden's Grace next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, on the other side, though, for Levick, is the Yogg the answer? Because the Reska is completely discounted at this point. There's a 4-mana chained that you could use to rush in, and there's actually some decent bodies on the other side that you can trade into. There's unfortunately not as much leeway with maybe playing everything that Levick wants to go for here, because he is only at 9 mana. I'm looking at things like capitalizing on the Sylvanas with potentially the Chained as well, but there's options. But Levick's just gonna go for the Yogg, and there is a chance in some of these boards that not everything actually gets cleared, as well as when the mechs attack here, they're actually dealing additional damage. So not everything getting fully cleared, but again, Levick has this Reska that is 0 mana at this point. Very, very good utility tool to just bring in at the end of the turn. But as you mentioned, the Garden's Grace, just so good. So
And-
much
and
damage.
Titan as well, were it not necessary. None of the damage before needed. Didn't even need the Draka weapon. Just an OTK here with Alakir, Double Garden's Grace, and of course the Deputization Aura. So this is the strength of Paladin. You know, even if you are willing to leave it up, feel like you could be kind of strong against its regular game plan, there's still the Countess high rolls that you just can't really be prepared for.
Yeah. And, you know, in these conquest settings as well, it doesn't matter how good it is or how much it high rolls. You just needed to do it once, and that's good enough. So that's, I think, going to be a storyline, as Raven and Subtle were talking about in that first series with that Nature Shaman, which is banned out in this matchup for Hemlock. But, okay, get that quick early win with the Paladin, get that out of the way, say, yep, the good deck's doing the good things. We're going to get that win on the board, and leaves him a little bit more room to kind of sit back, breathe. He's got that first game under his belt, and now going into this second game, how do you feel about his chances here with the other two decks, with this Mage and the Demon Hunter?
So the Mage seems like it has been sort of the target of some people's lineups in this event. Certainly Q's lineup with the full aggro is very targeted against Mage. And I don't know how Death Knight necessarily performs against it, but certainly Naga DH can get under, and Nature Shaman can, or sorry, not Nature, the Dragon Druid can just present too many stats too quickly. That being said, this Dragon Druid is a little bit differently. I mean, it's the fake Reno version, right? So we'll have to see if you know, Topior gets online quickly or something like that and presents too many stats for the Mage to deal with. But in this present game, looking at Hemlock's Naga DH versus that Druid, and I'm usually looking with Naga DH to win by turn 6.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There is the potential, depending on what things come into hand. Of course, if you're looking for that sharpshooter, you're looking for those kind of combo pieces. If you don't find draw, that's gonna super hurt. Right? It's not going to be able to get there all the way. But look at this hand. The momentum's a little bit clunky at this point, but there's the Oscillator for Hemlock to start with. He did find that Sigil to be able to draw, and there is the 1-mana Naga for a pop-off turn. Still, at this point, still only turn 1, but missing some of those pieces. I do kind of like this choice by Hemlock to just go in on the Slither Spear when seeing that that Cactus Construct on the other side. Try to keep the board a little bit, especially against, like you said, the more dragon-based Druid that's going to have a little bit more board presence. And now on the other side, Hemlock can follow up on this turn with a 1-drop and getting a hero power in to just be able to actually clean up the board and actually get to keep both minions instead of throwing out that Oscillator on turn 1, losing it, and really not getting to capitalize on the higher health of the Slither Spear.
We do see Splish Splash Whelp coming into the hand, though, for Levick. Levick with... We've been calling it a fake Reno Druid because while the top end looks like your run-of-the-mill Highlander Druid list, there are 10 duplicates. And that is really on the bottom half of the curve. So, you know, double Nest Matron, double Splish Splash Whelp, which is one of the highest win rate cards in the list, double Widowbloom Seedsman. So a really big focus on, you know, hitting ramp early and having things like Cactus Construct to combat the early aggression out of decks like Demon Hunter and perhaps Paladin as well, given that Levick opted to leave it up. You know, that Cactus Construct, when it rolls something like the Loot Hoarder there, drawing a couple of cards, I think is kind of a stealth power outlier in Druid right now.
Yeah, the one downside that I see in this hand right now for Levick, though, is you can ramp all you want, but if you don't have great things to play, or you don't have a lot of kind of that higher top-end follow-up,
You were saying?
You know, yeah, well... Look, I started that point before he started getting all this draw here, but to your point as well of all of the duplicates, we now see Raystraza and now the Reno picked up. So even though Levick did manage to find that ramp, still has a Seedsman in hand as well to follow up with more ramp. There's these cards in hand are not going to be active. Reno still, without being a board clear, or setting the board to just one board slot, still does provide some armor, still does provide a pretty decent hero power for the most part. I think that's probably going to be a better hero power more often than not over this just base hero power that he has. But the Yogg is going to be pretty good. But on the other side, Hemlock has this huge handful of all of these Nagas now and still no sharpshooter. This would be a good turn to at least maybe potentially start going in on that first sharpshooter, going in for that first pop-off.
Yeah, no sharpshooter, no Finley to even, flip flip the hand with the bottom of the deck to try and look for a sharpshooter. And honestly, I think this is sort of the approach Levick has taken for trying to deal with some of these aggressive decks is, okay, my Reno cards are not turned on, but I played double 3/5 taunts, and just puking stats onto the board is one of the ways that Druid can deal with something like a Naga DH. The big card I think Levick would have liked to have in the early game is the Frost Lotus Seedling to play that for draw and armor, because what you're really looking to do is draw through your deck, fill up your hand. Maybe you still have some duplicates remaining, but you play Fizzle and then Finley. So you fizzle a snapshot of your Highlander payoff cards and all these big top end things, and then when you play Finley, you swap that hand, which you make sure there's no duplicates in the hand, with whatever's remaining of your deck. So any duplicates that you had in your deck go into your hand, all your Highlander stuff is active, and you can play the snapshot to get those things back now into your hand. Was messing around with it. It is clever, but it's also got a little bit of setup and requires having that card draw, which has been a little bit absent until Malygos pick up here.
Speaking of card draw, Hemlock is going full in on that draw with the top deck of the Sharpshooter this turn, which is absolutely amazing for him. This deck is sometimes even just called Naga DH. It really leans into the Sharpshooter. You want these pop-off turns. And the fact that it's able to continue to draw the cards that it needs to just continue the chain makes it so powerful. Even after the more recent change, the nerf, changing it from 5 health down to 3, we see the power of it here just absolutely going off, that alternating between Naga Spell, and drawing into the next one that you need. Now, there still is some Nagas in hand. The second Sharpshooter also picked up here, but there kind of was a lot of those low-cost spells and coins and things already used for the first one. The Sharpshooter lives!
Okay, it's okay. We got to pounce. It's all right.
That's the power of Yogg. It can give and it can take. There's that Finley that you were mentioning, which is actually a kind of interesting pickup after that Immolate just went off.
I don't think that Immolate is going to be terribly relevant, as the game will be over one way or the other here. But a cute thing you can do with the Finley is go Sharpshooter and, Finley away any Nagas that you would like to draw back into your deck. Don't think that's an issue in this particular game, but every once in a while that's something you can do when you've run your deck out of Nagas. You can just throw some back in. Would be a way also of getting rid of the Immolate debuff, but yeah, we're just kind of going in for as much damage as possible here.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense here as well. Discovering another Naga. The School Teacher or the Baba Naga are interesting. I think the Baba Naga and the Death Scale having the ability to actually deal additional damage are very enticing in a deck that already wants to be dealing this damage here. The kind of downside for Hemlock, okay, 6 damage here, but does he actually want to kill off the Yogg? It looked like he really was thinking about it, but does decide to go for the face damage, which honestly, I really like. I think that's your game plan anyways, and this sharpshooter on the board that we see Yogg steal was the second sharpshooter as well. So those kind of big swing turn, big payoff turns, not really going to be around now. So Hemlock just pushing that damage face, capitalizing on as much damage as possible, as you mentioned. Plus, there's this momentum in hand too, so I really respect that. Just sending it all face and hoping that he can kind of put together enough damage on the other, the next turn or the next 2 turns potentially, if it continues to go that long.
And we're seeing now, although Levick discovered this Malagos thinking to, get some draw, 9 health is not where you want to be, and so now it seems like it's going to be perhaps just an inactive Reno for the armor here to try and heal out of range. Of course, had the Reno been active, were this a normal Highlander deck on that after that previous pop-off turn, could have used it to sort of prevent a follow-up pop-off, since typically the first sharpshooter does draw the second, but Yogg was able to just.
We've already seen
both
both sharpshooters as well, right? So, even still, this is one of those cases where it doesn't actually really matter as much if the Reno is active or not, because in this matchup, you've already seen both sharpshooters. Sure, I guess Hemlock can try to put together some Nagas, put together a couple things, and kind of try to go wide on the board afterwards, and okay, fine, because now, again, you have this extra 5 armor. You've already seen both of those key cards, and how does Hemlock get through this health and the armor, plus potential added armor from, an additional hero power from Reno, or added discovered spells, and as well, picking up that ANR now, Levick can just go ahead and go in on that next turn and use it to heal back up to full. And that's just going to close out the game. Hemlock cannot come back from that.
Yeah, it's really, I think, going to come down to the what does the Finley rule, because there's not presently enough damage, and not enough time at this point. Were it not for the ANR, I think Hemlock would be able to squeak out a win here, since there are no dragon golems for taunts in Levick's list. But getting in that Finley at the end of last turn, finding exactly ANR, there's just no way to get through all that health for a second time.
Yeah, and we see there Hemlock agrees as well, knows that it's over, just gonna go ahead and give it up. But that does mean Levick's going to get a point on the board there. He's not getting he's not gonna get swept here in that first series. So he's on the board, and there is this debate. We're gonna hear about it all weekend of this duplicates in these Reno decks, and here was one of those cases for the argument of it doesn't really necessarily matter, and this is the matchup where okay, sure, it's inactive, fine, I'm still gonna do the thing. But I don't think that necessarily the playing the Reno there was the thing that got it. Yogg, I think, was the VIP in that game, and then the follow-up pickup of ANR was where it really came down to. The Reno was just kind of a bonus, a stall, one additional turn to get to that ANR.
I do want to highlight, though, Levick's play there of, okay, I want a Reno for the health. Other options could have been, for hero power first, so you're getting an additional armor from the Druid hero power, or try and high roll the armor hero power. And he said, okay, I'm going to play the Reno, didn't get the armor hero power. Well, I'm going to Finley now, because if you save Finley to try and go the next turn, then you're not going to have the 10 mana for ANR. So really ends up paying off that sequencing, and yeah, 5 armor was just enough to keep him alive until he could. I was gonna say Reno back up, but that's the old Reno effect is restore your health.
Yes.
The full.
Well, but no Renos in this game, Edelweiss, as we get into game number 3, Levick bringing in his Demon Hunter and Hemlock switching over to this Rainbow Mage that we did get to highlight a little bit earlier. Some interesting cards and interesting changes for this Rainbow Mage that we've kind of seen in some of these other lists, again, they're small changes, but they're huge as well, which sounds weird. But if you look back over some of the history of some of these decks, you can see things like tour guides in the 1 mana slot in some of these, or those lightning storms that were talked about with Nature Shaman, just some of these kind of additional minions. But the Salesman just being such a pivotal new card for a lot of these decks, and in this Rainbow Mage, that is going to be one of the cases where once Hemlock finds those, you really kind of do want to save those for a 0 mana additional damage you can send to face once you get on board with Sif. But in the meantime, getting to that point, building up some of these other tools with the keyboard, the follow-up of the cold case, finding tempo with putting things on the board, and just starting to chip away a little bit of that damage. As you mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily on the Rainbow Mage about just going in on huge 30 35 damage all in one turn, but getting more of that chip damage in. This might be a matchup where Hemlock can start to do that a little bit, but also on the other side, there is the turns where you can do huge amounts of damage with sharpshooters.
I think it's a little bit more of full defensive mode up in this particular match, since did not have the early Snake Oil Salesman or the Worm to get down. We're just going to be sort of playing stuff to be defensive until this turn 4, which turn 4 is where Mage can have some of its most aggressive plays, just because with keyboard you get a 4/4 as you're doing the kinds of things that you want to be doing anyway. See cold case coming down, and were Hemlock to have like a volume up there, you're getting a 4/4 while you're drawing additional spells. So bit of a slower start than usual, but keyboard really turns things around going into that turn 4.
Definitely, especially with the cold case in hand as well to follow up. It's such a solid tempo play and defensive play all at the same time. It's just fantastic. On the other side, though, Levick here starting to build some of these pieces. The momentum's being very discounted, being only at 1 because there's been so much draw this turn. But is this a turn where he actually wants to use those? Looks like not. He's actually going to go ahead and clear up the minion on the other side. But I like this choice to just go ahead and use this through Felon Flames for the finale and get another trade. Unfortunately for Levick, that skeleton did just go ahead and finish the minion off after that value trade. But through Felon Flames for me has been one of the really interesting cards in this deck, because again, it's another 0 cost card. I think 0 cost cards and the combination of what you can do with these 0 cost cards in a lot of these is a story we've talked about a lot. But through Felon Flames is interesting because you can use it on those pop-off turns. You could use it on either maybe a minion that you have played that now you're just going to give rush and trade in to allow some of that sharpshooter damage to go directly into face instead of those keeping things on board. But if you don't play it for the finale effect, you're not getting the buff. And so there's kind of that give and take of sometimes you actually do want to play it for a finale effect to get that buff.
Pick me!
Yeah, I think typically, you play it for the finale when you are trying to push more face damage or get some kind of value trade or something. But very frequently, I find just playing it earlier in the pop-off before your sharpshooter has taken care of all their minions, so that you can rush in something and clear more of the board, allows more of the sharpshooter damage to actually go face rather than getting soaked up by the opposing board.
Right.
Levick here, searching for any draw possible, going for the Runic Adornment, hitting Mark of Scorn, but kind of grasping at straws, and this is the one downside to the Naga DH sometimes, is it can be very potent, it can win by turn 6, it can really get under things, but if you don't draw Sharpshooter, you're kind of dead in the water a lot of the time with the current builds.
Yeah, and that last turn was really interesting too with the discover options. There was the potential of just taking the sigil and setting that up to get that additional draw in the next turn, right? Kind of just set that up for the future. Levick opted for going for kind of clearing up the board and getting an additional 1 draw this turn. Unfortunately, didn't draw into any of the additional draw. Right? Sometimes in these decks like this, these kind of OTK big power swing decks, you really want to draw into your additional draw to keep that going in the future turns. Kind of missed on that, but it does dig a little bit deeper. Hopefully you can draw into that. But for Hemlock here, he's just doing his thing. He's got some setup on the other side. He's drawn into these elemental inspirations, and honestly, I think for the mage here as well, to be able to have the time to start building up some of this armor, to be able to build up a board, set up for a bigger health board with those elementals going on curve on 7 against the deck that hasn't killed you yet and it's turn 7, has to feel very good.
Yeah, no fear here from Hemlock. He knows, all right, Sharpshooter's not there. It has to be top decked. Not even going to worry about the 4/4 School Teacher in play, just running out the double Arcane Artificers. Sitting at this high life total and now being able to make a massive board like this, you're feeling pretty confident against Naga DH. And Levick, it looks like, doesn't even hit the Sharpshooter on that Finley, and I don't know that there's really much time left to even make something happen here. Able to get some damage or clear off the 7 power minion to buy another turn, but if a Sif were in hand, you'd be worried about just being dead here.
Right. Yeah, and sometimes when you get these inspirations, you get these elementals, you can just build a board, especially in a matchup like this that really doesn't have an answer for these wide boards. You don't even need Sif. Who even needs it? It's at the bottom of the deck. It's fine. It's always at the bottom of the deck, but you just get to hit them with these big things, these big elementals. And turn after turn now, we have seen Levick just having to try to go for these draws to try to replace the hand, finally finding a sharpshooter, but is it a little too late at this point with all of this damage on the board that just is so likely to soak up a lot of these sharpshooter hits?
Yeah, and just, turn 8 is way longer than this deck wants to allow things to go, and Elemental Inspiration is just far too many stats for an Naga DH, so I think you can't feel too bad about that one. You just sort of chalk it up to draw variance and play out the turn just to, make sure you get your reps in for next time. But there's I don't think even if every shot had gone face, I don't think it would be enough damage for Levick here.
Yeah, I don't even think there's anything that he could hope to generate or discover here at this point either. There's really not a lot of discover or generating left in hand anyways at this point. He did have to kind of use a lot of those resources in the first half of the game when he still wasn't finding those sharpshooters. But yeah, we're gonna see it here. As you mentioned, just still not enough. I mean, that's the power of that deck, though, as you see at the very end. Still a huge board that was generated. That was a very, very big turn. But in this situation, it came many turns too late. And especially against the big board that Hemlock was able to put up with all of those elementals, it didn't stand a chance. So at that point, it was by far too late. Turn 8, no. They should have been dead on turn 5 or 6. But now we're going to see Hemlock needing to get a win on this Demon Hunter. And very much like we saw with the Nature Shaman in that first matchup, we're kind of seeing the same thing happen here with this Demon Hunter. Every time it's been on stream so far from either side, it has not managed to get a win.
Yeah, and so whether that is, just the draw variance, or, this deck is perhaps not as powerful as it's been hyped up to be, or people have just brought things that seem to work well against it. I mean, the disadvantage to this Naga DH and why it wants to try and win so quickly is because you really rely on your opponent not having that many stats in play, because the fewer stats they have in play, the more likely you are to just go face with the damage from the sharpshooter. And I think that may be part of why, this mage has opted for a build with the elemental inspirations and not the excavates. I'm sure there are other reasons as well, but it certainly is one of the big advantages. You can feel pretty safe running out a bunch of stats from elemental inspiration rather than, the excavate cards, which can be a little clunky, don't have a bunch of stats. They can be a little more aggressive, but you're relying on a little bit of RNG in terms of what things you're going to pull out of the excavates.
Yeah. We're going to see Hemlock have to bring in this third deck. This Demon Hunter is up 2-0 at this point. So again, with Conquest, having to get a win with each deck really needs to solidify. But if for some reason it doesn't go well this game, does have that game number 5 to try to close things out. But Levick here bringing in this Plague Excavate Death Knight, which honestly, I kind of like the switch over to this Plague DK here, going into the Demon Hunter. I think putting in a lot of those plagues into the deck, where the deck on the other side wants to kind of turbo draw and is just going to likely draw into a lot of those plagues. Very, very strong. And also I want to mention Hemlock did not have but found that Slither Spear, which was such a good pickup there to just get on board, start applying some of this damage. And this is a pretty early Desperado. Sometimes Desperados can be kind of used in those pop-off turns, but this is really panned out well for Hemlock so far.
Yeah, the plagues can be an annoyance as this Demon Hunter, particularly the Frost Plague, which can mess with your pop-off turns in terms of taxing your mana in the middle of it. But Plague DH can struggle to deal with some of these early boards, so you often are able to get in significant chip damage before your pop-off turn. And Hemlock, like Levick before, no sharpshooter to speak of. So looking like he's just going to continue this push, killing the 4/4, hoping for no Tomb Trader to clear this up, and trying to get as much chip damage as possible so that there's not as much of a need for the big sharpshooter pop-off.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good decision too as well. There definitely could have been an argument there for on turn 3 just going for the Sigil of Time, again setting up for that draw. But with everything that's going on in the hand, as you mentioned, no Slither Spear, there's really not the kind of tools for creating a pop-off turn yet. Finally, but again, where's the rest of it? The sharpshooter is definitely important, but you also need the other things. And the biggest important thing to at least get it started is one of those 1-cost Nagas, and there's not one of those in hand. But the way that Hemlock ordered this, these last couple of turns, instead of just going for that draw, setting up the draw for the next turn on turn 3, as you mentioned, went in, killed that Helya, and just kept things on board to continue pushing some of that chip damage. And I think this is also very much against this Plague Decay what we saw Hemlock do with the Paladin in the first game as well, right? Just kind of get on board and say, okay, this Death Knight doesn't really have a wide board removal except for Tomb Trader. And if Levick doesn't have the Tomb Trader, I'm in a very good spot. And as we see, already down to 9 health on Levick's side, and again, kind of a clunky hand on the other side.
Yeah, didn't work with the Paladin as there was the Tomb Trader, but this time, no Tomb Trader, and Sharpshooter not necessary. Just double dispose is going to clean it up here because of all that damage Hemlock was able to get in during the early game. So that is going to wrap up the match. Finally, we get to see the Naga DH win in something not the mirror. And we'll have to keep an eye on the Naga DHs going forward, see if it's another sort of Nature Shaman thing, or if it's just been struggling to get some of the draws starting out. But really, really love Hemlock's play there and just taking the aggressive line, not even needing to combo.
Yeah, I think for the Naga DH, the Sharpshooter Demon Hunter specifically, one thing that I'm really interested in is the slight difference that we're going to see in some of the lists over the course of Group A and Group B, because a couple of the lists have maybe slightly more draw focused, and a couple of the lists have maybe an additional minion or two. So there is going to be a slight difference in those, and I'm curious to see if that ends up making a difference or if it doesn't. But as you mentioned, Hemlock going to get that third win. I loved the just kind of applying pressure, and just the recognition of needing to push that damage on Hemlock's side. And it got him that very crucial first win in the group series. So that does mean that Hemlock is going to move up in this group brackets. But as we close out, Edelweiss, any final thoughts on the series as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, Hemlock just does it again, you know, has made it into the top cut very consistently in previous events. I think one of the players that Pocket has mentioned, you know, being a little afraid of previously in terms of just that crazy consistency. And, you know, some things never change.
Yeah, so what do we have coming up next? We're going to be finding out, and you're going to get to see that Hemlock versus Rekvam winners match, and then later we'll get to that Group A elimination match between Gyu and Levick. They're not out of it yet. It will be a kind of double elimination, but up next we'll get to see that Rekvam versus Hemlock Group A winners match. And there is still so much more Hearthstone to go this weekend in our top 8 championship. So please don't go anywhere. Make sure that you are sticking around to check out these matches, see how Group A closes out, and we will be back in just a moment.
Yay.
Yep.
Elok Gaming.
Sargeras versus Malfurion.
I must protect the world. My crusade begins.
I see you've brought guests.
Job's done.
Maybe this. What next? Behold!
The time has come to dethrone our former master.
Tazdingo!
Bir round oynuyor. Niye öyle bir şey yaptı? Şimdi ben bununla buna vurmayacağım. Böyle yapacağım. Hatta bir de şunu oynayayım. Aynen böyle. Betkit'ten daha iyiydi. Win, win, win. Salak ne yapıyorsun amına koyayım? Bir de fantazi yapalım mı? Bug'a girdi. Buggy.
Gul'dan versus Anduin.
The light shall bring victory.
Mine is the only way.
Great bu. Bu kopyalayacak ya.
I see you've brought guests.
Bunu hemen kullanmam lazım.
My power is as infinite as the stars.
You will not come closer.
Hemen senfoni.
What infinite power! What caution is beneath me?
Hayatım.
Infinite as the stars. Infinite as the stars. Say cheese.
Hmm.
We've created a temporal anomaly.
Bir tane son. Hadi oğlum.
Unity, precision, perfection.
Aa. Salak ne yaptı? Ne yapalım ilk önce? Çok güzel. Demek ki removal'ı yok. Ah, siktir.
Cleansed of evil.
11 buna koyarsam. Aha. Aha bir dakika. Ha yok yetmiyor yine. Yo yetiyor. Gayet yetiyor. 6 12 GG. Bir de bu hediyemiz olsun. Yeee. Plata doğru gidiyoruz. Wintertweak. Kendi yaptığım bu iş güzel oldu. En azından 6-7 maçtır aralıksız yeniyorum. Counter bir build gelmedi karşıma. Ya geldi de işte counterladık.
versus Tyrande.
I cannot find eternal rest, and neither will you.
Mine is the only way.
Yine Priest geldi karşımıza. Pek iyi değil ama.
Ah, I see you brought guests.
It has only begun.
Only begun.
It's all in your head.
Ne amına.
You are the Shadow's puppet!
Drown in your sorrows. It's all in your head.
Can you feel the gift of the sun? Reverberations in the void. The sun incinerates you.
My new pet!
Win streak'e devam ediyoruz. Nazar değmesin.
Sargeras versus Malfurion.
I must protect the world. My crusade begins.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Candle Mudslider.
You will not come
Your
closer.
soul dissolves me. The strong flourish. It's only
Amına
natural.
koyayım.
Helal lan, işte bu be. Atlattık.
Mudslider.
Oh. Bir. Aptal aptal buitler yapıyorlar ya böyle.
I concede.
Yay. 10 win streak gibi bir şey oldu ya.
Sargeras versus N'Zoth.
Your mind. My crusade begins.
Warlock'a Warlock karşılaşmasını hiç sevmiyorum ya.
I see you've brought guests.
Don't have grease, do some sludge.
What next?
Neyi attı? Hmm. Bu damage'i yiyeceğiz mecburen.
You will not come closer.
Don't have grease, do some sludge.
Abi Kiki TV'den banlamışlar. Nasıl yani? O nasıl oluyor? Yo, banlı değil ki. Ben VPN kullanmıyorum. Normal giriyorum işte. Rüzgar hoş geldin. At Discord'dan at bakayım. Aa. Dur bakacağım.
What next?
Gördüm gördüm. Oha.
What next?
Niye böyle bir şey oldu ya?
What next? Can you feel the gift of the sun?
Yasa dışı mı? What? Neyse bir şey kazanmadığımız için benim için sıkıntı yok.
Your world will fall to waste.
Ana kaybettik ya la.
What next? Let him fear you.
Threat detected. Dispatching back.
Kick de şey yapmaya çalışıyormuş. Ödelikleri parayı geri almaya çalışıyormuş Türkiye'de. Türkiye şuna. Herkes şimdi paşa paşa Twitch'e dönecek amına. Yazık oldu. Daha yine belli değil aslında bir şeyler. Belki düzeltirler ama. İşte onu düzeltseler ya aslında Kick için sorun değildir yani vergi vermek. Bence yapsalar güzel olurmuş öyle bir şey ama. Vergi versinler. Mis gibi devam etsinler. Ama vermiyorlarsa, hayır derlerse bunda bir bokluk vardır. Demin benim hatun da girdi Kike.
Gul'dan versus Garrosh.
Telefondan giriliyor.
Victory or death! Mine is the only
Hatta ben de tekrar gireyim dedim, girdi. Milli Piyango İdaresi Genel Müdürlüğü kararıyla nasıl oluyor? Ya çok garip ya. Allah'ım ya.
I see you've brought I see you've brought guests.
Kapat gel bakalım.
So many possibilities.
Benim hatun girebiliyormuş şu an. Şimdi giremiyorum, açılmıyor diyor. Dur bakayım hatuna yazdı ne diyor.
I wonder.
But slighter.
Oha, telefonda application'a giremiyormuş. Yani doğal olarak yani application'da zaten şeye bağlı. Vay amına koyayım ya.
You no take pickaxe.
Hatun giremiyormuş application'a şeye. Siyah ekran diyor. Az siktir. Error connection reset.
This in a bigger size?
Everybody, pose for the camera! Use no fake pickaxe!
Job done.
Yapacak bir şey yok. Bakalım ne olacak.
Relax. Let's warm you up. You will not come closer.
He, Twitch'te roulette döndürüyorlar amına koyayım. Kickler neye battı? Geçen Twitch var ya bir boklar yaptı Amazon. Amazon TR var çünkü anladın mı? Amazon Twitch Amazon'a sahip. Amazon'un Twitch'in sahibi Amazon. Amazon.com.tr var. Anladın mevzuyu yani. Sen kime rakip oluyorsun diyor. Amazon.com.tr'den dolayı vergi veriyor herifler. Vergi verdiği için Twitch de diyor ki bunlar size vergi vermiyor. Biz vergi veriyoruz. Kapattırın diyor. Amazon'un parmağı var bu işte. Bak söylüyorum. YouTube'da da kayıttayız. Bakayım.
I wonder.
Aynen.
My hand is full. Amuse me with your tales of victory. The lock screams. So many possibilities. All shall pass.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Enter delirium. Enter delirium. Astonishing.
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Almost out of time.
Job's done.
Çok büyük hata yaptım. Lanet olsun ya.
Our gift of frost shields us.
You win this time.
Teknolak, evet, öyle bir mevzu var şu an. Şaşırdık hepimiz. O zaman hashtag yaratıyorum. Bu hashtag'ten yardırıyoruz. Amazon işi ya. Ben bir kapatayım. Bir bakayım etrafa. Çok boktan. Hadi hepinizi öpüyorum. Akşama girebilirsek belki açarız. Bir açıyormuşum bırakayım. Of ya, şansımı sikeyim ya. Lan nereye elimizi attıysak kurudu amına koyayım. Hadi bir bok da yapamadı anamına. Bir şey yapamadık ki hiç. Yazık ya. Neyse. Ne diyeyim? Hadi öptüm hepinizi. Twitter'a bakayım ne yapılıyor, ne ediliyor, ne yapıyorlar.